Hello. It is time. All right. I'm actually not starting there. Yeah, I don't want to use. Oops. Did I get stuck on something specific right before I stopped? Actually, I don't remember what I stopped. Where I stopped. Was I just read it? No, this looks like it's done. I can access those from the outside. I don't need to know these. It just has to be an update and a reset. Oh, would probably be good is to go look at. I mean, he's kind of on top of things most of the time. So, want to see if he's replied or something. I have asked him before for like advice or suggestion. No, okay. He's just like, I don't know. Okay. Maybe I should just, I mean, I don't know which way. I guess, okay. Let me start from this side. Do I have bind methods? Is this the bind methods? This is the one that has. Yeah. Set motor PID acceleration. Basically, that's about it. Oops. Okay, and then this part is actually different because this is like 0 to 6. So the first 3 are linear. I could also... I wonder if I... No. How would I want to use it? How do I currently use it? When rotation axis. It could be linear velocity. Set PID velocity linear, velocity angular. Acceleration linear, acceleration angular. It doesn't know me the length of that method call. I wonder if I could drop motor. Because motor is implied. Motor is heavily implied. So I could say set PID velocity linear. I think I'd be okay with that. That would be more functions. Yeah, I actually like dropping motor. And yeah, velocity angular makes sense to me. This makes sense to me, I think. Set PID acceleration angular. I feel like if this was a... No. I wonder if they have anything that's like this, where it's just an enum. I mean, I would have already hit it, actually. Can I search for... It's probably got to be in scene, right? I guess it could also be in server. All right, I'm just going to search. I'm going to search everything. Match case, full word. Angular is probably used less often. Okay, just... Whole word should match underscores being on the other side. I think it should. Okay, maybe it does not. Okay, whole word drops it. Okay, I actually have to... Body axis. Body axis. I could use body axis because I'm gonna guess that those are just the same thing. Those must be the same thing. And it's on physics server. So body axis. Linear XYZ, angular XYZ. No. No, why do you do it that way though? That's stupid. It's probably vector 3. What? Where is it? Axis. Oh. Underscore X. Where did I find it? it is definitely some kind of generic thing. Enum. Was it in Enum? Or did I just scroll past it? Allowed degrees of freedom. But I don't think that was it. That does match though. This is the same. So at least there's that. I'm just gonna close these. I don't need all those open. Where was I looking for the match? Yeah, so those are the same. 5 shifted. That's 5. So maybe that one. I just feel like it said axis. I feel like it said axis. And it wasn't... It didn't look like that either. Because I thought I was just counting up. Here it is. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, so unfortunately it is different because that starts at 0 instead of 1. I mean, I guess technically it's also the same thing. It's just shifted back in some way. That is what I was looking for, though. I thought it was here. Did I really just not open this one and look? Like, I remember going through them and being like, oh no, I already checked 6 degree freedom constraint. It wasn't in there. But that was the spot where it was. Okay, so I have... Yeah, it's just not the same. So I can't just borrow that. Yeah, I really don't want to make any of them. So all right. Well, what's usable? I think I'm gonna trick myself, actually. I think I just tricked myself. I did. Because I said I was gonna make it be... I did just trick myself. I literally was gonna write this, so it's like, oh, okay. Well, I know which one it's on. Jeez. And then I guess now I could actually use Axis. So actually, that... Yeah, I was gonna say the 4 mana is gonna fix that for me. Acceleration, linear. Good. Alright. A lot of functions. There's a lot of functions. Can it be reduced, though? I could drop it back down. I could cut it in half by just adding a boolean and saying whether or not it's supposed to be the angular or the linear. A boolean kind of sucks, though. There's also, I could just make an enum. Maybe at this point, you know, maybe at this point an enum is just better. Because then it would just be set motor PID acceleration, set motor PID velocity. And then I have the one parameter that is the axis and the type. And then what I would do is on the function call, I would just say the enum angular offset or something. Angular, which would just be the x. And then add the axis. I don't want an enum, but I think I need, honestly. I think it's necessary at this point. So I really want to match this. Translation X, rotation. I like linear over that. And I'm going to be very particular that these have to. Is there not a fast way to delete a line? I guess I can do... Oh, hang on. Control-Shift-K. That's a really terrible keybind. Yeah, I can't really use it. That's hard for me to press. I have caps lock and control flipped, so it's actually difficult for me to press that because it might... I mean, I guess not. If I was like, you know, did it the right way, maybe. Why is it allowing me to write an enum that is all 0? I didn't think that would be allowed. Why did I think that wasn't a thing? Of course that's a thing. And I'm not even going to use max because I think that's just kind of silly. Motor axis and yeah. Should I? Oh, man. I mean, it's just bad foundation, right? But what can I do about it? Meta. Wrote meta. Yeah, like, look at this. This is just ridiculous. Also, 6 degree of freedom is so hard to type. Shit, give me that. Whoops. Why is it duplicated here? And why does that one... I'm gonna stop. I'll stop. Before I tilt myself. should not get to the max one. Well, okay, I guess I do see why you would want that. Because then the code never changes. But I think it's just crazy and nonsense. All of it's nonsense. And I think I do have to have something. Yeah. But I need a cost for everything. What if I didn't? What if I didn't? What if I just, you know? Yeah. What if I just didn't do that? I think I'm just gonna not worry about that one. Because this, I think this is making it top level and not necessary. Because this binding creates the whole class for it. Wait, maybe not. Bind enum. But what does bind enum constant do exactly? Get enum name. Oh, yeah. This actually does, it does both. I'm seeing by that get enum name, my thinking there is that is like accessing this. I think that's pulling this. That'd be my guess. That's the enum name to me. Or I'm wrong and it's just getting... I don't know, there's gotta be something simpler than that call, because I just see the exact same thing looped 3 times. Just passing the same value. Oh, well, okay. I'll do it. Well... No, I should just do it because... I was like, I'll try it and see what happens. Because I think what's really going to happen is that it probably won't work, and then I will just be building again, and I'll have wasted my time. Yeah, I thought I'm making the wrong thing too. Hold that a weird way. And that's really annoying when it drops this. The inline hint, and I hit up or something, it aligns using the lack of alignment with the inline hint. So like actually considers us to be further across the screen. I mean, I'll just show it again. I do that. I press up. Yeah, see, I snap there. Instead of actually going to the end of the line, because that's where these would be aligned. This part actually lines up over here. Annoying. Okay, so this is set motor ID acceleration, motor axis. Okay, and then this one should be, yeah, the motor, yeah. So it should just be motor. This is that offset. And this one's on the same line. Fail index, size. I think it's V format. It's V format. I was gonna say P format, but no, that's definitely not right. Percent D for decimal. And that'll be and then since I now have that as the axis, that just passes straight through. I don't have to do type or anything like that. Wait, I think I do still need type. Because it's the axis and then it's... I did need type. I think I had type first. I'm gonna say that still makes sense to me. So for these enums, yeah. Oh, I should have the right out here still. Wow. Okay. Set motor PID acceleration, velocity, axis values. Okay. I just have to make sure all this does something. So yeah, I have to give the type. This will be type 1. Please help me. I think I just passed that. Apparently I'm not. Type at, oh, it takes it back to 3. Right, because this just parameters. Silly. Okay, so what are you upset about? Okay. So how do we cast those? Because that has to be happening somewhere. I just write it like that. Okay. Where am I? Right? And then the get should just be the return. And because I'm calling it one time, I don't need to write this out like that. Type 1. Oh, wait. No, the get never does that. Get always returns the real value. Not the real value. Get always returns the value that is cached. Does not call that. Okay. And then configured will just pass it through. And then probably I have to I have to have a way to set that motor state. And I would say what I want to do is probably just, if it's ever applied, so should I have property? Yeah. Wow, that adds actually kind of a lot. Right, because I also need to have a target angle. No, I use, because I'm using, it's not even exported. Because I'm using this. This is the angle. So I'll be calling set angular target rotation. And that will extract for each axis in constraint space. So I can just literally say, I just pass it straight through, right? And I think, yeah, sort of a way to disable it is just to pass all 0. If proportional, integral, and derivative are all 0, it takes off the PID. So if I want to have just velocity, or if I want my input to be just velocity, so I'm just using the acceleration, I just set this one. The other one's disabled because it's zeros. If I set this one, it's only this one's 0, so that one's disabled. If I set both, they're both turned on. That's, I think, the right idea. I think that's the way to go. Because then I don't have to go in here and say, oh yeah, also turn it on. Because, yeah, if all the properties are 0, then okay, but what if for some reason I do actually just want to set them to 0 but still be using it? All right, so maybe I should just have that. So I want flags then. I want more flags. I want... Yeah. Enable... PID... What am I saying? Acceleration angular? What does the function look like? Motor PID acceleration. Yeah. And I have to put it in there too because it's set like that. More. I'll just write them out here. I almost went after typing it would be faster for me. Whoa, don't do that. Yeah, especially if I'm gonna hit that and almost close it. And because I've added into this one, I have to go check to make sure that these flags aren't being used somewhere and doing something weird. Where they like do a loop and just like pass it straight through to some function. That's not expecting to get these specific values. Because I think they definitely have like a switch statement somewhere. These are not commas. Yeah, I think this is only just binding stuff. This isn't doing anything. Yeah, it's purely just binding. Okay, so that makes these arrays larger. That's not an issue on its own. But now I do have to bind them here as well. Set flag, it passes flag straight through. Okay. So that I do have to be sure of. but any place else that just like iterates through the flags and does something with them. I mean, it's the same call. So yeah, it's just passing them through the joint set flag. Oh, that's this bit, this section just... I don't want to change it because that's a huge change. It is an incredibly awesome simplification of the API, but I don't want to change it. Because this can literally cut this entire section in 1/3 down to 1/3 of its size and just pass in like 0, 1, 2 in a for loop, and then you're done. Because instead I have to do all this. So I am just gonna copy this bind method. Throw those in here. Whoops. And they're all just false by default. Though it's definitely not necessary to deliberately set these to false because they should be initialized to false. I think. They should be. What was it? It was like alt. That's nice. Save like it's Vim. Okay, those should be in. These are just passing them through. The set flags should be fine. I'm not going to like whatever Godot physics is doing. I know that Godot physics probably will like crash if you try to call those with that. I'm not worried about it. Just noticing the side here. The minimap thing is like rendering differently when I scroll up. Strange. Okay. So here these are taking in type, and then they have that this. Yeah, these are saying override, which is because of that. And then the override is correct. Good. So now I have that type. Now 6-degree freedom joint, what do they do? In this case, I don't write this code, so I want to make sure that this API makes sense. It'd be somewhere in the set get I don't think these should load through settings. I mean, they could. No, I don't want them to load through settings. Well, no, I think that doesn't make any sense to do that, because using the settings, the implication there is that, well, at least in the motor settings case, there's not actually a motor thing. All the joints, all the constraints just get a settings, and they do whatever they want to do with those settings. In this case, the PID controller is very specific. It has the functionality built into it. So there's no settings to be had. And it should also be next to motor state as well. I think it should be next to motor state. So probably right in here. Motor settings. Motor controls. Does it go above? I think it probably should go underneath these. Yeah, I think right here. Set. PID. I'll do that. Set PID settings. The axis. I think I can just use E axis. I have the type first. Should that be an enum? Maybe, because type is just 0 and 1. Yeah, I know for a fact EX is in here. And then I can actually just allow access to it. Maybe that's better. I think it might make more sense to just have it be sitting here and yeah, I think it makes more sense to just have it be sitting here. Hello, Christos Ale. E. Motor PID controller? That does not make sense. That's not what it's supposed to be named. It should just be named a PID controller. How do these initialize? Do these initialize with something? You're live later, I'll join again. Alright. Thanks for the 42 bits, man. See ya. Just came in and left. Please don't spam it though. But thank you. What? Hang on. Yeah. Does it, do I not? I don't have an initializer. How does it know how to initialize it? How would it know? It does not know. Who knows? This one knows. Equals default. Because they have initial values. Okay, I think I'm just kind of writing it. I mean, this point, no, none of these have anything. I think none of these have constructors, but those are also, it's also completely private. So I guess the constructor here would do something. I don't remember how this works. Hello, Bardex. Hi, how are you? I'm alright. How are you? State. Save state, is it just, I'm just writing like write? In stream write, yeah, just write whatever. Now here's the question, do these reverse? I think these only write a total lambda, yeah. Well, they can't, no, they definitely wouldn't reverse because, why would I think that they reverse? Glad I'm fine too. Nice. Yeah, because if it was reversed, then this would be reversed. This is not reversed. So I just... yeah. And then I just write read. I don't think I need to save settings like that, though probably. This doesn't save settings. Yeah, I don't see the motor settings being saved there. That should not be constant. I mean, I guess certain things I should just have defaults. Total lambda and effective mass have defaults, so I'll let those be defaults. Parameters, though, I think don't get defaults. Yeah, because those should really be applied before you do anything with them. I think the question is, how do I track this here? Because I think these are two different states. Maybe it's more like I leave the state as it is. What do I do in code? Go to velocity. So solve velocity, I would go in here and do this. The bias has already been set. Motor state off, so yeah, I won't care about that one. If our velocity or position, this is just calling solve velocity constraint. But there is something extra that I do here. So it'd be, I guess I can go look here. If I am in this special state, I mean, maybe it will just be a different one. It'll be like PID, and then it's checking to see what has been enabled. If I am in, it's like in this case, if I have, no, PID is just going to be, yeah, all right. So in this case, it would be like velocity position or the controller set to the controller on angle only mode. Because if it was angle only mode, then the velocity has been calculated previously. Yeah, if it's angle only mode, the controller's operating on the input angle and the output angle at the start of the step. If I have, I mean, I say, yeah, angle only. If I have the acceleration enabled at all, I have to calculate the present velocity on the axis, and I have to run that through the controller at this point. Set up velocity constraint. Okay. This probably should be like a Boolean then. Because if I'm set to velocity, if my mode is set to velocity, that means I'm reading in a... My only option, if motor state is velocity, is that I'm reading in a velocity as input. And I mean, that's the only option there. So I would just have a check. I guess I wouldn't even have a check here. There'd be nothing if this would just stay the same. If I'm on position mode and I have the angle, because here's an error, which, I mean, it's actually a little bit different, I guess, because I mean, I suppose controller could have an update where you just provide the error because the in measure and the in target aren't there at all. Though I guess you can reproduce it by just saying update measure 0 in target is the error value. And that just becomes that. So yeah, that could work like that. If the angle controller is active, I say the velocity controller is active. I just pass that through right here at this point. In my case, though, I'd be setting it to velocity. I need to have a way to set the motor state directly, don't I? Because now I don't know. Because I believe how this works is that when I'm setting the target rotation, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. When I set, sorry, I mean it should be that. That's odd. Where will it set the motor state. Oh, I have some stash to pull out. And I guess I probably need to commit that then. It's so weird. Would be overwritten? What, literally why? Why would those be overwritten? How did those changes even come out? Wait. So that must already be committed then. No. Really? How does it set motor state? If motor is enabled, it is 100% hitting velocity. Guaranteed hitting velocity. If motor is enabled. So why would motor enabled be turned off? Okay, so it's definitely getting through here with velocity as what's happening. So set up velocity, target angular velocity. Right, I think that's kind of... I think that is part of the issue with it, is that if you want to use the target angular orientation, you have to use that's actually it. You have to use position. You can't use velocity. So okay. So I turn on velocity. That target orientation is just kind of going to be ignored. Unless I also tell it to use the angle controller. So then that would mean when I get into setup, I'd have to check here if the angle controller is active. If angle controller is active, I am overriding whatever target velocity is at this point. In position, I guess I just ignore it for position. Yeah, actually, because no matter what, if either one of those two controllers is turned on, it is running on velocity mode. It has to be running velocity mode. So I think here it's probably just a Boolean that I enable or disable. Yeah, so in setup, I have the rotation error. So here I'm just checking if im motor PID velocity is active. Then I need to say, all right, and then I actually need one for every axis. So I need so yeah, I might just say like num times 2, e-axis num times 2. And I guess there's nothing stopping you from just having different ones as well. I make it a little bit easier. To work with. Okay. So then I want to say velocity. Okay, I have to have some duplication here. And it's actually got to be per axis, so yeah, I think I just use a bit mask for that. Yeah, and this uses a uint 8, so it's the same thing. So I just say 0 for those. Okay. And then I guess I should probably yeah, I should probably document which one it specifically is. Okay. Is fixed axis is free axis? Should I have? Possibly. And I think I want it to be up here. So I probably do, I guess I would do in axis is, do I have any of these, like a check on that? I guess I would probably be writing JPH assert. This guy's nuts for writing code like this still. If we're less than number translation. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay. I'll try like that. Gosh. Get to velocity first. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I should probably just have a method to pass it through. But where would it go? Would it go above? Yeah, we go here. Yeah. I need to know if get is above set or not. Set before. Okay, he actually randomizes it. Never mind. Whichever way he feels like. It's just totally. It's literally flipped every time. What? Set, get. It should be get and set. In my mind, it should always be get and set in that order. And then alphabetical on these ones. Well, I say alphabetical, but also there's an organizational bit here because, yeah. Roughly alphabetical. I guess I could just organize this part. So. Why are these ones not in line? I just won't match it then. Like isn't in set. Yeah, I'm gonna say isn't in set. I mean, it should just be like return. Yeah, that. I'm gonna copy it. Like use the not equals. Hello, Danilin. Motor PID velocity active. And with 1 does not equal 0. Yeah, that's correct. check this out. P2 clone? PT2. What? Wait, that's not what I thought PT2 was. Pro Tracker 2. Okay, I see what this is. Cool. I don't know if I have it on, if I got it on Linux or if I just got it on Windows before I switched to Linux, because it was probably close to the same time. I don't think it was Pro Tracker. Maybe it was. It was something like this, but it was not this one. It definitely didn't have all this stuff at the top. It was really different. It was like the one big track window. And every line was the instrument. I think it was the same one that, like, Mario had. It was to emulate that setup. Actually, no, it wasn't, because that one had a sample track, so you could have like a very, I mean, incredibly small recorded audio as the track, and you could play notes from it. Those are cool. I really want to be able to make music. I feel like I have ideas for music, I just can't get them to happen. I feel like I have good ideas, because I get some good ideas down, and then I can't expand them or connect things together. Yeah, I can make like a lot of basic elements of music, but then I can't combine anything. What did I do? I did like clarinet in middle school for a bit, but then I gave up. I think it just felt like I wasn't good at it. I didn't practice it enough, and yeah, I feel like I wasn't good at it, and I stopped. It was maybe because I didn't want to play clarinet. I really wanted to play drums. But now thinking back on it, I'm glad I wasn't doing drums, because drums aren't very creative. I can make drum beats in music software. But yeah. I didn't understand it. I just didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing. I wrote music for the clarinet, but most of the time it was just me listening to music that I liked, and by music I mean like simple melodic music, like from games, and I would try to, I guess, copy it. I don't know what the word is correctly, but basically I would listen to what the notes are and write the notes down exactly. And now saying that, I realize I could have just looked it up, because definitely those the note sheets existed for those. So, but I mean, I guess that's good practice then, right? To listen to a note, play the note, and say, is that the right note or not? I guess that's good. What am I looking at? I'm spacing out. Set velocity active. I would say like int inactive, probably. Use an and equal. Oh, wait. Actually, how do I set a bit? How would I set a bit? Danilin, let's not start with the YouTube links, please. I'm gonna look at it. Track your music playlist. How long is it? I have to look at a fucking ad. YouTube. Yeah, I'm like so hateful of YouTube right now. Let me check that I'm not playing something. Did the ad just change? I think the ad literally just changed. It... Weird. It was this. It wasn't this one, because it looks really different, but it was this. This was the, I think it was probably Fast Tracker. Because I recognize the big main window. Is this an hour? It's a screenshot. Come on. What? No, you gotta find the ones that have it actually, they're recording the software. This is just a screenshot. Lame. Nope. You are the fun police? I am, because it's fun to see the tracker. That's the fun part of that. But also, like, you would send like 4 links back to back within 30 minutes. And I have to stop it whenever one of them, and you just... It's too distracting. That's too much. There's your one link. By the way, don't send another one. I beg you. I need to, if you know what? Yeah, because most streamers, what they do is they have a, you can't send links unless it's a donation. Maybe I should say that. You got to start paying me to look at your links. Or that could be a channel point thing. I could add that as a channel point thing. Oh wait, hang on. I actually want to check something because I forgot and I just remembered. The alert for some reason isn't saying the bit amount. And it's supposed to do that. Wow, I just don't have bits read anything. Yeah, none of these read out. Yeah. No, wait, say cheer message. It's turned on. Yeah, 99 is to get... So it broke. Send test alert.
Got 'em right where I want 'em.
Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore space. Born just in time to spam memes.
Okay, so that worked. Why did that not work last time? Because someone did like... Someone definitely did 100. And 100's supposed to say it. Also, this UI is so glitchy. Because the preview is like way off the screen for me. Wait, I need to send that again.
Got 'em right where I want 'em.
Yeah, that appears in the right place. It doesn't have the message
So
on.
you're telling me there's a chance?
Really? Am I stupid? Why don't I have the thing in there? Okay. I'm gonna edit these live then. It should be probably message. No. Cheer message. I guess the issue is it probably like might have some really weird formatting. Save. Okay.
Got 'em right where I want 'em.
What did one ocean say
It
to the
doesn't
other ocean?
show the whole thing.
Nothing, it just waved.
Okay. It looks correct in the preview. The preview looks correct. Does that? It's probably just the size of it might not be right. It should be 800 by 600. This is not that size. Maybe it should be 800 by 600. Why don't I just make it bigger and do nothing else?
Got 'em right where I want 'em.
Oh my god. Why does
What
it look
did
like
one
that?
ocean say
Why is
to
it
the other
stretched?
ocean? Nothing, it
Oh, it's
just
because I have to
waved.
set this one to the same thing. 100. Oh my. What the hell just happened? Why did it just explode like that? What is going on? Yeah, it just blew itself up. I shouldn't be messing around with this, but
Got 'em
whatever.
right where I want 'em.
Yes, that's still just really
What
messed
did
up.
one ocean say to
It's
the
because
other
it's
ocean?
it's got a crop
Nothing,
on it.
it just waved.
That's why it's got a crop on it. So overlay, alerts, transform. 20 by 1080. Right. Okay, I need to do some math. Uh 1220. Or I mean 1120. And then okay, go again.
Got 'em right where I want 'em.
Okay, it's all there.
I'm gonna make them alerts they can't refuse.
All right. I mean, yeah, I guess it mails because I've done it all now, so. Hopefully it doesn't mess up anything else. I mean, I guess I can test them all to see if anything else has been messed up. I have a lot of... I have quite a few of these. Probably too many of these. They also definitely did bug because someone sent one that should have read it and it didn't read it. Okay. Why do I have a different one for the 1 to... I have one that's exactly for 1, but I don't have anything that it does differently. I guess I meant for there to be something different. Oh, it's because it says 1, because I wanted the plurality to be correct. It's the 1 for 1 credit instead of 1 credits. Right, okay. Well, that should be... I mean, that's correct now. Let's save. Okay. All right. Enough messing around. How do I set a bit? I want to set it to the value. I think it's supposed to be like... Now I can figure out what that math should be. What should math be? It's specifically a table where the output is 1 if bit 2 is 1. The output is 0 if bit 2 is 0. Think of it. What the fuck is that? No, I mean, I want to not that. When I say set bit, I know that the concept behind that is to turn it on. But I want set as in if I have a 0, I want to become 0. If I have a 1, I want to become 1. it's not it. Do I really have to check? Fine. Because I think what cache does here is that it just clears it and then sets everything, is what it does. It doesn't. Yeah, it just sets it precisely to the value. Wait, that's actually just a boolean. Yeah. It clears it and then writes it. Whoa. Okay. Sure. Do I need an assert at the front? I don't technically need one. But I think for the set I probably should have one. No, it doesn't matter. Toggle off a specific bit. Is it like not and? It's probably like this, not with oh. Yeah. Wait. Not and is not the same as and not, right? I don't think so. No. And I'm I am dumb. This is kind of ridiculous. Also, isn't a ternary supposed to be return Or it's just a statement, I think. Yeah, it's just a statement. So I can write any equals in there if I want. That turns it on if active is on. And in fact, I don't really have to write it like that either. Otherwise, what does a not equal mean? What does that even mean? What's a not equal mean? Is that even an operation? No, that is. What does that mean? Not equal. Huh? Is this... That's not an operation, is it? Oh, I want XOR. It's actually really easy. I XOR with that. It's actually really easy. Because an XOR with all zeros just gives you the same thing back. If I have a 1 in that place... Oh, no, it's actually not, because I will turn it on if it's already off. XOR will toggle. Well, no. Oh, I and equal with the not of that. Right? Why does that happen? That's annoying. Control left and right skips like a break, but control up and down scrolls. I mean, I guess I just like go whatever, right? Whatever. Well then, yeah. How do I actually? No, it's probably nope. Ooh, interesting. So if inactive, I want to OR it with a 1. If it's false, then I want to AND it with a not of that. Same thing. Because I will AND it with all 1s and then a 0 in the one place that it wants to be off. Which will ensure that it's off. Okay. That's correct. I want to see if there's any AND equals in here. And there must be. Get bit. I just want to see how he does anything like this. Cool. There's the AND equal not and then OR equal. Great. Yeah. AND equal a not, OR equal the thing. I would like the parentheses here. All right, so then setup. If is velocity active, translation axis, it's I axis, translation axis, cool. Okay, so it should just be axis. If the velocity is active, I have to, I already have, do I already have the error? This one's the error here. Translation axis is dot u minus target position I. What's u? What's u? Displacement along this axis. Translation axis dot u. Translation axis dot u minus target position. Okay, but this is the target position. Wait. Is it measure minus target? It's target minus measure. Okay, so whatever it is, the target position would be negative. Let me see what I wrote here. So it should just be like this. I have the target, and I pass that. I have the target, I have the measure. So I just pass the measure, which is D, and the target, which is the negative of that. Because that's what we pass here. And then that just gets passed directly in. I just take the result of that, and that's the input. Ooh. That goes in as the bias. Okay. I think I'm actually just rewriting the line. I think I'm actually just rewriting the line itself. No. Because what I do here at this stage is I will, if we're active, I will be overriding the target velocity. So I'm specifically overriding the target velocity. And I'm using the, I mean, this is the same value, just the opposite. It's not actually not the same value, but the opposite side. What is going on? This is calculating a velocity. Using input angles. Already have the displacement. This is D. Store for solve velocity constraint. Oh, look at that. M displacement. So I actually have it. Measure target. I guess I have it. I don't need to do an axis like that. Just write it. It's the measure. And the measure is the real measure, right? Yes, the real measure. But the target is the opposite. It becomes that. Yeah, it won't do anything for the other stuff. So there's that. This one should be really similar. The measure. Q is the measure? Yeah, Q is the measure. But I have to get the specific angle. Approximate error angles. I need specific angle measures. I can't approximate. I do need specific angle measures. Maybe there's a nicer way to get Q is the measure. That's the measure right there. Q. Does quaternion have something nice? Get access an angle that represents this quaternion. Out angle will always be in the range 0 to positive pi. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably looking at that, right? Get rotation angle. And then I pass the axis. And yeah. Okay. This is in constraint space. These are the world space rotation axes. I need the local angle. So I need yeah, I need like the constraint space. Which I think is just body 2 is the constraint space. Which means, I guess that actually means rotation axis is... No, because Q is body 2 relative to the parent. So this is constraint space. There's the joint axis. the joint axis is rotation 2 times this is kind of weird. Is that even right? What's weird is that I'm rotating this twice because rotation axis is just equal to constraint body, which is taking this one and then rotating by whatever the local body constraint is. And then I say joint axis is take that and rotate it by the body again. Which feels wrong. So rotation axis is global. It's the global body. It's the global constraint on the body. I'm so confused by this. This is so strange. It's wrong. This is global. How did I get that wrong? Wow. That's just stupid. I mean, which really means that I just use body constraint, because if I'm taking this and then in subtracting this back out of it, it's like I'm just using body constraint. So, do I have just body local? I have to test it. I have to fix this and test it. Because that is like a catastrophic mistake, actually. Legitimately a catastrophic mistake. Rotation 2. I would like from axis. Is this right? Arc from arc 2 is what I'm doing there. what s from to. Constraint local, which should be Q. Parent world, inverse, body world. Parent world, inverse, body world. Yep. So Q. Local axis. Q. And then ensure W positive or whatever. Which should just do like, if it's negative, then it flips it. But I guess it does some smarter math or something. Ensure W positive. And then I get the angle. And if the axis dot, if I just do dot with a vector, do I have to pull the axis? Well, I guess I would do get axis angle. So I just write get axis angle. I don't think I have to pass them in like that because of how this... Yeah, I think I just provide them. It's always from 0 to pi. Which might actually be annoying. Because I want it to be possible for this to be... Well, I mean... I guess the idea... No. It's got to be something different, right? Because if it turns out that it's like more than 180 degrees, then it should invert the axis and do... What? Should invert the axis and do... something to flip it. Assert that it's normalized. Okay. Does normalize do? Value nor I don't know if that guarantees something. So I'll just do that. What should it be? I don't know how to name this. Also, I'm actually calling it snapped rotation. So I don't know why I started writing it the wrong way around. So yeah, I ensure that it's positive. I normalize it, ensure positive. Dot focal axis, snapped angle negative. And I'm just setting the target angle velocity as it is. So the measure is the true measure, and then this one is not a negative. I don't have it as a negative. Yeah. I'm gonna need that target angle. Is he gonna be doing the same thing again? Well, this isn't set up, so it's fine to do more than that. Yeah, target orientation is meant to be the same as Q. Okay. Weird. Wait. Diff has what I want. Okay. Alright, I think technically what I should probably do is just have a method that lets... Oh, no, I just know exactly what I can do. I just pull diff. I should just be pulling diff. So what is projected diff? Projected diff, I guess, is probably... I just use projected diff. Yeah. And then the trick is just to say 0 for measure and then target, because target is the error that I want. And that just goes in as it is. But why? Why does it go in as it is? Because I'm not setting it. Because this is what the error is supposed to be. Right, this is the error term. But, I don't know if that one's right. Why did I write like that? I actually don't get it. I don't know which one of these is supposed to be correct now. Oh. I'm not using rotation position motor. Just if. I'm dumb. It's supposed to be negative. This should definitely be negative. Because this is how I calculate it myself. Measure, target, negative, that's the velocity. Measure, target, negative. Measure, I mean, yeah, like, right, whatever. So negative. Measure, target, I think because measures are correct, I believe. Yeah, the measures are correct. So when I get joint velocity, that's the right number that I'm looking for. I get the real measure, and I take the opposite target, the inverted target. Real measure, opposite target. There's still like kind of a double negative happening though. Well, I say double negative, not really. Because if I set a target angle. Now when I set the orientation, it's proper. It's correct. Then I guess the question is, well yeah, whatever the angle between the two is, I take the opposite velocity. Whatever the angle, I take the opposite velocity. This part's definitely right, I think. It's gotta be right. This one I'm still uncertain of. Target velocity is the opposite of those two. It does still provide the negative as the velocity. That could just be a result of it saying, looking at the constraint of which body should have the target velocity. So if I have like A and B and I want to move this one away from that one, or I want to pull this one into it, on this axis, the displacement we're aligned with, or yeah, this would be like the y-axis of the constraint or something. The displacement is what measure then? What's the displacement? What is u? .2 minus 0.1. So body 2 relative to body 1. Okay, that's correct then. 0.2 minus point. Right. End minus start. So this is start. So if this is at 0, this is at 1, the displacement here is 1. 1 minus 0. And then let's say the target position, right? Target position is 0. I don't know, because then it's like, this is like a spring thing, because springs use the negative. No, I'm really confused. It might be the case that this one's supposed to be that. I could also probably do the same. I mean, because now this is what happens. This is D. This is target position. So I get an error that is D minus that. And then that becomes a velocity. But that velocity gets negated. So maybe it's the case that this one is not like that at all. This one just stays like that. Because this is the proper error. It might be right that way. Measure minus target, right? Measure and target. This is my measured error. This is what I would not. This is what I want the error to be, and then I don't need the negative at the front. That all seems much better. Okay. I'm like second guessing myself because I'm like, is this really equivalent to calculating the error again? But the error is already calculated. If I have the error, and I'm technically correcting for an error, I'm controlling an error. This is my error, and this is what I want the error to be. The result just comes out as is, and I don't need a negative. Warm start. I don't worry about any of that. So specifically in the case that we have a velocity, I would also like to check if the acceleration is active here. What do they do up here? axis is, it's like this. Oh, I get axis here. I do not get it here. Is acceleration active on this one? Then I have to calculate the current velocity, and it'll just be compared to the output of the other one. And that becomes the new velocity. Which means I need to reset the bias. Translation constraint part or axis constraint part. Ooh, I can't access the spring part. These template ones are totally nuts. Because I don't want to actually recalculate it constantly because I don't have to. I just have to update the bias. But I have no access to the spring part. I mean, it looks like I just have to set. I have to have a method to set it. It looks like that's the only option. I have to have a method to set this bias. Well, here's a set down here. I guess I'll put it here. I think that's all it is, right? Like, I just don't believe someone wrote this. I mean, some of this is just insane. The templating is ridiculous. I mean, people obviously do go template crazy. because that's like the entire C++ standard library, is just template, template, template. Calculate spring properties with bias. But, I mean, at the same time, you know, maybe it was a mistake that that became what it became. You know, it's like, hey, this is the standard library, so this must be like the highest quality version of this language. The highest quality code you can write with this language. No, definitely not. There's just no way. Or maybe that's just how C++ is, because of what the language is. The only way to implement standards is to just blast templates constantly. Like, the only way you can write a library is with a standardized library like that, is with templates. But then, yeah, I mean, but then it kind of comes out here and you're like, all right, so if that's how the libraries do it, then that's how mine should do it. I don't think so. This code is unreadable. It's like, you get here and like, okay, a template, and then you scroll up a little bit and you're like blasted with more templates. And you scroll up again and you're blasted with like. Fortunately, Angular constraint bar doesn't do that. No templates in sight, and it's just like, that can't speed up. There's no way that speeds things up. No way. All right. If acceleration is active, I have to measure the velocity. Which is interesting. I need to measure the velocity. Which means I need this. So rotation axis. Yep. Translation axis. Hey, Christos, back. All right. Start working in a bit. I need to get food soon. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Need to measure. I need to measure the current velocity. So float. Current velocity. To make noise. Thanks for the bit. Also, while you're gone, I figured out the voice was definitely just bugged. It just didn't play. Because it's supposed to play, it's supposed to say the message at 100. Technically 99. But it'll say the message then. And it just didn't do it. But also I updated it so that it will show the message too, because I thought I had that, and that was definitely the intention, but I did not have that. Current velocity. Is it, it's M translation axis. It's probably this. Setup should be calculating it. It's body 1. This one is different because rotation axis here is body 2. It's just different for some reason. This one does figure out a bug. Fixing it is a different story. Honestly, at least in like what I see a lot in physics, it's actually just the total inverse of that. Something is doing weird things, and it's really hard to figure out what is making it weird. Because almost always, the problem is just the wrong sign. Like it comes down to like really simple math, like, oh, you multiplied in the wrong direction. Or I mean, for rotations it matters. Actually maybe, yeah, I think rotations it matters. Certain operations of multiplication or a transform matters the order. Like you have a subtraction. Or what I had was like I was using an x, or I was using a y-axis when I meant to be using an x-axis. It's always like one character mistakes. Okay. So in this case, the translation axis is the parent body. Yeah, yeah. Translation axis dot the measure for displacement is body 2 minus body 1. Is it always that? It is for rotation. Body 2 minus body 1. Right. Okay, it's always body 2 minus body 1. Oh, this one's actually no, this one's weird. Wait, what does it do for velocity then? The measure is the real value. Motor translation constraint part. Well, I guess I can just look at it here. I see I can look at it here. What are you eating later? Probably a sandwich. Parent minus body. That's the measure. Parent minus body. So this one's the other way around. Parent minus body. I have to get motion properties of body 1. I wish I knew what it was. We'll have my cold drink. filling. How do I get this? Because they do this, so this is a D reference, because body is the pointer. Okay, that's what it means. The body is a pointer, right? So I would write this. And then I would just do get motion properties unchecked. Now, the difference is I have to check whether or not they are... Maybe I just look at angle constraint, because that one's way simpler. Because it should just be 0, so it doesn't matter, right? I can just write dot get but. I can just write get angular velocity. This is unchecked. I mean, it must be because I'm doing it in this place, so it has to be. Yeah, it has to be. Parent. Yeah, this one's the other way around. So get linear velocity. And I can look at body. I'm not modifying it here, so doing the get is fine. If I was modifying it, I'll have to take it. But also, I don't think I have to really do that. Anyway. If it's not static, otherwise turn. Yeah, so we're perfectly fine. Get linear velocity. And that is how this one measures. Parent minus body. So there's a measure for current velocity. And then I have target velocity, which needs to be the inverse of that. So that stays the same. This is pulling the output of the other one. Yeah, this is pulling the... Oh, hang on. Yes. That's the proper target. Yeah, because I set the target velocity there. I set target velocity from that. So this just holds on to it and it doesn't change. But then the constraint part bias, I will be modifying. Which means I probably should just copy paste this to the other one. This one does not have a set, though. And it's in a bit of a weird order, too. Because get total lambdas before this, before that. That's strange. I will put it here. That can't be the right position for that. Do I open this? I feel like I'm not opening that. Am I opening that? I did open that because I had to open this. Let's move on. Right. Acceleration is equal to current velocity, target velocity. Hang on a second. Yeah, that's wrong. That's supposed to be axis. Right. And set bias is just setting the bias as it is. Yeah, setting the bias as it is. Yeah, because I've already flipped things around, so these are definitely correct. Because this is the measure of the current velocity, so if current velocity was 5 and my target was 5, then that's like 5 minus 5. Cancels out to be nothing. If it was 5 and negative 5, then that's 10, right? So this is the real measure. I invert that. I have a typo. The same way, right? Just does rotation x. Ex is yeah. So this one is the opposite of that. Parent minus body 2. World space, parent minus body 2. Wait, do I say it's the opposite? Actually, wait, no, that's the same way. Parent minus body. Oh. Is that... It's not done because I don't have it. This one is so silly because how this is just one line and the other one is really not one line. So tired the background music relaxing me too much? Yeah. Yeah, definitely don't want to fall asleep by accident. If you need to sleep, you should just go lay down and sleep. I have literally done that before, streaming. I'll just be like, alright, hey, I'm just gonna like take a break and then I'll lay down for like 10 minutes. Imagine asleep on keyboard, yeah. Yeah, because you can just... Yeah, if you're that tired, you could just like sleep right through discomfort. and then you wake up and you've like messed up. You've messed yourself up. I mean, I wonder if I could, like, I could just call. Get rotation angle around an axis, but I don't know, because I think it's not quite correct. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure it's not correct because I had this, yeah, on this exact project I was doing something where I need to get a rotation on an axis. Let me see what Godot does, or what I wrote in Godot. I have a commit that I can probably find. Can probably find it quickly. It was a bit different. Yeah, it was about vectors. But I mean, I feel like it's roughly equivalent to quaternions as well. You'd actually get a slightly different angle than you expected, especially if the angle is very small on the axis that you want. No, we lock in. Yeah. Yeah. So I take this, I cancel out rotation, which I think this is, have I thought about what happens when this is like really aligned? If this is aligned with the rotation axis, then nothing happens. It basically takes nothing off. But if it's really far away, like on the opposite side, well, then it would actually do, I mean, it's actually fine. Yeah, no, quaternions are just that good, actually. There's not a situation where this has some weird case where it's slightly aligned in some way. Yeah, not that I can think of. Through my own mental imagination, I can't think of it. Okay. So I just have to make sure that the connection is definitely set up. So we set flags. I think this is probably good. It's just like an annoying thing. I'm always afraid of stuff, of me losing things, so. I'm gonna stash this. This one. Right, okay, some of this stuff needs to stay here. I, like, messed up and didn't do it right. I pulled something in, and then I didn't commit it when I was supposed to commit it. Or did I? Well, no, I'm confused now. Get angular lambda, get linear lambda, get motor angular lambda. Who uses get angular lambda? Because what I saw was something in one of these files was like, hey, that doesn't exist. It was this, get total lambda rotation. But that's there. That's in there. It's in there. I don't even have any modification for that. Okay. I need to commit this, I think now, because this is not a whip. And I think it does have things that I want to keep. Probably. It's different because I've get applied force and get applied torque. But those return position constraints and motors at the same time. I want to deliberately not include motors, which means I would just be looking at angular lambda. So I want all of those. But then okay, here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna split this up. And just do all of them. Cool. I will not do that one. Not these ones. Motor target angle. What? No. That's weird. So the only thing I should see here is this, and then there's I don't know why this is how this got here. I guess I started writing it there by accident, because it definitely shouldn't be there, because I have something else. Especially target angle. I think I wrote target angle, and then I was like, oh, I actually want this other thing. So I need to close those out. Physics server 3D. I need to drop those enums. Well, where is it? It's the header. Yeah. So the only thing I should see is just inverse inertia diagonal all over the place. And I'll commit that separately, and I don't know, maybe I'll say like maybe drop or something. I don't know if Godot physics is. Well, it has to be. It has to be because I've done everything at once. Alright, I've been building with it, so it has to be all correct. Okay. So yeah, now I'm like, I want to make this like a temporary commit. So I'm just going to do everything. Sweet. I'm gonna go get food. I'll be back. Or will I be starting? I guess I'll just be starting down here. Be sure the path for all of these is correct. Eat fast, you got to lock in. I will eat at the pace that I want to eat at. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. Hello, Christos. I was standing for like 4 hours. Dang. Be back. Back. All right. Okay. I have to have a way to enable or disable these. So I need that. And it's like this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. API here. Apply motor parameters. I set the angular target rotation. I set this. What do I? Enable motor. Okay. So I want to enable motor, and then I also want to specifically. Oh, right. I've already got the path. Whoa. What happened? I've already got the path. It's this. I set flag, and I say, I just turn on acceleration and velocity for both of these. But I don't have the build yet, so I mean, I can still write it. It's enable motor PID acceleration. Stop with the suggestions, please. It's crazy. Like, I'm just trying to press up, but it's like retroactively canceling my up press because it is in the process of searching for a matching function, and then it finds one and just like, let me move the mouse, the cursor. Okay, so that's what they would be. Those would be enabled. And then down in the apply, it would be set motor so it looks like this now. And it would be this motor axis. So it would be like this. So this is what the code will look like. And then motor enable. If I were to follow motor enable, that should be toggling yeah, it should be toggling motor enabled. Which then calls to motor state changed. Update motor state. Very funny. Which will check first if motor is enabled and then set state velocity. Now what I also want to double check is that set angular target rotation, which should be, yeah, I'm looking right at it. Set angular target rotation. Sorry. Sets that, turns that on. And just calls set target orientation CS. Now I want to know. Yeah, use constraint space rotation. I don't think I should eat those grapes. Yeah, I really shouldn't. Okay, I'll be back. I'm just gonna throw away before I accidentally eat one. That's just bad. I'll be back. I'm back. I upgraded. Well, a downgrade, actually. I got chips instead. I knew those grips were probably bad. The store has these, like, fruit platters. Just this huge thing. Full of pineapple, cantaloupe, watermelon, strawberries, and grapes. And whoever's managing that side of the store is just brain dead, because they are preparing those like at least a week before they sell them. I would even say they probably prepare it 2 weeks before they're selling it. So there's idiots and they don't know how fruit works. Because they're absolutely buying the fruit and just leaving it sitting on a shelf for like 2 weeks before they finally sell it. They're just dumb. It's definitely like inventory management, and inventory management with food is very particular. You're supposed to be keeping a stock of essentially your stock should be a little bit more than what you think you're going to sell before you get your next delivery. A little bit more than that, just to be safe. What I think some people get messed up is that they think, all right, let's order 20 items. They just pick a random number. And then they look at the end of the week or for the next delivery and they say, okay, I sold 3. Let me buy 3. So now they just have this backlog of like 15 items that are just never being sold and they just sit on the shelf for like 3 deliveries before they finally make it to the front and get sold. So if you buy 20 and you sell 3, you're in trouble. You don't buy any more. You keep selling, and once you get down to like 5, then you're like, okay, let's buy 3 now. And that's how you do it. Definitely with the fruit, they're making that mistake. They're making that mistake big time. They are probably selling 5 or 10 of those, and they're stocking like 50 or 60. So they literally sit in the back like for weeks before they sell it. Very stupid. And also it's fruit. Like you can tell by looking at it basically when it's going bad. If you have rotting product, you're buying too much product. Period. If your stuff is expiring, you're buying too much of it. And this most recent one, they handed it to us and it was so obvious just by a glance that it was bad, that they should not be selling it. And it was at least 2 weeks just sitting there on a shelf. Because fruit lasts for a long time. When it's cooled and refrigerated, especially with how it's delivered, it's typically picked the instant it starts to be ripe. Maybe even a little bit before, especially with bananas. Some fruits ripen after they've been on their delivery path. So they're picked before they're ripe, and by the time they get delivered, ideally they're still a little bit early. Like maybe a day or 2 days early on ripe. So you basically get the fruit at the point in time where it's going to last the longest, which is probably like a week to at least a week, probably 2 weeks. Somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks, you're starting to like, if you know what it should taste like, you're probably able to taste that it's going bad. And then it starts to look like it's gone bad. And you can tell by like touch and how it looks. Or well, I think it's more like you start to be able to tell by touch that it's going bad, and then you start to be able to tell by sight that it's going bad. These things were already on site. They were bad by looking at them. So they were 2 weeks at least already on the shelf. And I would even say they are probably at 3 weeks. So they just sat in stock, not being sold, because they overbuy. I don't know why. Like I said, whoever's doing that one is just stupid. And also doesn't know what fruit looks like when it's bad. Selling it. It's crazy. It's a clear container. The whole thing, it's all plastics. You can see straight through it. You can see the bottom. You can see the top. You can see all of it. You can tell by looking at it that it's rotten. And they're selling it. Anyway. Not a necessary rant. Yeah, so I'm positive that this is correct. That part's good. This part's good. I just have to call that. Jolt physics server. Physics server here. So at this point I didn't know what am I doing here. These are these joints. These will pass on to the main spot. Something like a set parameter, set flag. Okay, so here I need to start handling this. What the hell? Odd, but okay. Flag. So, jeez. Just. I suppose this is meant to be modeling that. So I guess I will bring this over. Motor state orientation. The motor state is not here. But it would be right about here. Oh, wait. I have motor PID parameters. Okay, but I also have... using bool vectors. Do any compilers optimize bool vectors into bit masks? Is that a thing that they... I feel like it's an optimization you can make. Especially if you can prove that the size of the array is fixed. I will have just gonna duplicate these. Petty velocity acceleration. What's the... I'm just gonna duplicate it. To include that. And why is it? I'll leave it. Maybe I don't have to include it. I feel like I don't have to include it. How does Jolt define it? Yeah, what? Core.h. Where is that? Standard uint8 type. Okay, I probably need it. If I reorder this, does it? Okay, it's very sure about that. Yeah, alright, good. Yeah, I'm just gonna match. match this exactly. I'll just have it. I'll have others. So why the private ones first? Really? I'll just say mask instead of. It's probably a better term. Will be evaluated first, really. Hmm. Weird. The bitwise and has lower precedence than a comparison. That doesn't make any sense. And I'll tell you why it doesn't make any sense. Because I just got a warning that it was not what I think. It's not going to do what I think it does. I just got warned about that. Wow. That's just definitely a mistake because this returns a Boolean and this operates on numbers. I mean, you can still do it with a Boolean, but crazy. Why are these not highlighted? It just didn't feel like doing all of them. I guess not. That's where that should be. I really would like to make these inline, but I can always inline it. Like these ones, it should figure out that they, you know, we want to inline that. Because it's basically one line of code. That's very much worth doing an inline for. Because the size of the body is smaller than the size of the jump. Should be at least. Well, actually, no, I think not. I think technically jumps are always one instruction. I guess it depends on how far the jump is. I don't know. I don't know CPUs well enough to understand that difference. What? Why is the break on the outside? I don't think I've ever seen that before. The parentheses with a break on the outside. That is the weirdest formatting. And somehow I have to pass this on to it. Because somewhere there needs to be a call to tell it to do a certain thing. A call for... I would say, oh, another function. I mean, maybe this case it's actually not a bad idea, probably, for a function on this one. I mean, seeing this... that makes me upset. But... this one probably makes sense to have a function for. Because it actually has a lot of settings being changed. Might also say it probably makes sense to have to reset the controller as well. Because I can just grab the controller and pull a reset on it. I could also just do this, where I write this line and then I have a set parameters and reset. Whoa. Should I reset? I think if I'm ever gonna... Okay. I think if I... The problem with changing the parameters as it runs is specifically around the integral term, because the integral is always building, and that is one of... Essentially, you set the proportional and you kind of know that you're going to keep it where it's at. And probably the most tweaking that you're doing is on derivative and integral. Derivative, you sort of don't want to reset it, because when you change that parameter, it doesn't matter what the history was. Or, well, the history in that case matters, because typically the error is not going to change very much. If you, like, snap the joint, then you probably want to reset the error, the derivative, so that you start with, you don't have, like, a huge thing happening at once. But also, that affects a single iteration as well. So it's actually not even that bad. But integral could be really bad, because there's the case where you have buildup of a lot of error, and it's just never correcting for it, because your integral is at 0. And then you turn on integral, and suddenly everything is going wild and crazy. And because of how integral works, it's summing the error continuously, which means I'm very bright. One sec. It's one of those days where it's cloudy, so just the entire sky is like a single bright color, or a very bright shine, I guess. Okay. So the integral, you probably want to reset. But you either just want it to stay low, so that terms just always leave it being low, or you reset it when you change it. I don't know what I'm saying. That was just like a weird sentence. Or. There was no or. And you reset it. I think especially, you know what, how about this? If you go from, maybe that's what I'm looking for. Maybe I just want PID to if integral is 0, clear the error sum. don't use it. But this does add a little bit extra work, and this is a hot path. It's important that I do as little different things as possible. Does Jolt have unlikely? Does Jolt use unlikely? It must. I feel like it has to. I feel like that's an optimization that can be often made. Really? Jolt does not use that optimization. How? Is it even worth doing? Because what I was going to say is I could use that here. I don't know. If I want to be able to reset it, I feel like I will want to reset it. Why would I want to reset it? Mainly for debugging, like testing. They'd be like, all right, reset it. But definitely not while it's running. I'm not going to intentionally reset it while it's running. Or, I mean, I'm not going to reset it in like the final result. I'm only going to be resetting it because I'm developing and testing values, and I'm like, okay, let's turn off integral, let's turn on integral, whatever. Whatever. Okay. So what do I want to do here? I want to say motor state changed on a specific axis. Update motor state, update motor limit, wake up. Okay. I always say these axes should be because the enum is not named. That's why. Let's do right now. How's it going? What is axis? Vector 3 axis. Don't want that. Jolt axis. I guess I should say this is the jolt axis then. This one I don't need to have a type. Because I don't have to, these don't have to be binds. No silly stuff like that. Well, these ones also ordered correctly. Get before the set. Everything is using double, but I know that Jolt uses float. Unless Jolt does something silly and they like redefined float to be double certain places. So for now I'll just stick with float though. These don't need to be that precise anyway. I do not need the kind of precision that double provides for this. Doesn't it help? It's so weird. Just copy this. Just copy it. Don't be dumb. access count. Do you return? Straight. I have to say update. What would this even, wait, what does this even do? This wouldn't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't need to call for this because that's not a thing that happens. Oh, I've have it in the wrong place. So this should be doing like set. Gosh. I should not have to call this because they're just set. They're set right there. Can't I make this constant? Is this the wrong? I meant to check this one. Const. You don't like that. But what about this? You're okay with that? Yeah, see, this is why... Crazy, right? Just crazy. I think it's the reading it backwards to make sense in English. This means a constant pointer. I won't change the pointer, but I will do things to the object that it points to. Here, it's a pointer to a 6-degree freedom constraint that is constant. Though I don't think there's a real need to be writing const like this anyway, but I'll write it because I like the orange color and for no other reason. Okay, so when I'm updating the settings, I just set them right away. I don't care. Like this is the source of truth. This is where the data is stored. When I change the flags, I just go in here and set them to be enabled or not. I can worry about fixing the axis on that one. If it gets this far, then it's already the problem has already been caught. This one will not be constant though. I just said them both. That's it. I set them according to what I have stored. I mean, I guess the thing is, like, what happens here is that there's a rebuild that happens, which is why I have to save everything. Because the rebuild wipes it. Well, I mean, this is where they're stored, right? So I guess I should just be using that. Wait, what am I doing? It's just that. Simpler. Yeah, wait. Not even ×2. I'm still stupid. Just the axis. Now we got it all. Okay, I didn't quite have it all. No. Tell me what I'm supposed to be writing here. Why is this one being obnoxious? No. Just definitely not. Invalid. Oh, jeez. Why was it doing that? That is so weird. Wait, what? I think it is just because of the number. It is actually just the number there. But then that one doesn't highlight. Also, yeah, this one's definitely wrong. This should be... The pointer is constant, not the actual thing is constant. Gosh. Set motor velocity settings, jolt axis. Should just be able to write jolt axis, I think. It doesn't know what to do with that. Yeah, I know I was going to complain about this. Yeah, okay. So... Then... These actually do just have to be ints. Copy it. Yeah. Get motor. Why are you? No member named in this. Awesome. That's why I was not suggesting anything, because I was like, oh yeah, these are the ones that are constant. Okay. Is it all? Yeah. This one is incomplete still because I have to do stuff down here. That's actually it, I think. Although there is this constraint settings, return constraint settings. I don't have to worry about that, I think. Because there's not settings in that. There are no settings there. It's just created and then build. I think build is usually followed by a reload. Or it calls rebuild. And then this calls build. And then it applies the settings. Oh, man. I'm feeling sleepy. Really sleepy. I'm gonna take a break. That's a good idea. Last time I feel like I came back and I was just fine after it, so I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back. It'll be a bit longer, so I'll just flip to the break screen. I'll be back. Hello, I'm back. All right. Is it all in? Update motor PID handles both settings and enable flags. So yeah, okay. This should be ready to build. That's really confusing looking. Unchanged. Oh, staged is that is unchanged. Unstaged is this. So I want to do... I mean, I just do 1 through 19, I guess. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Oh, yeah. 1 through 4. Oh, I caught it. I caught it. I caught one. Wait a No, this is right. Yeah. Wait a second. That's right. What is happening? What changes here? Oh, I added const. look at everything. Yeah, that doesn't matter because that one just says no, I don't care, and does nothing. They're the ones called methods, which the methods have to be created. Yeah, I really gotta make sure this is correct. Can't just skip through it. I don't want to have any axis when I'm at the Y. I don't have mistakes. Macros. I definitely don't need that. Nor should I be importing physics server 3D. Scene physics joints. That's just stupid. Those are already included. Those are some dumb added includes. Okay. Should that one not be a vector? Because that's like the one place it flips to a vector and then it flips out of a vector. I'm gonna say it probably should not be a vector. Because it basically stays a vector there and then is not a vector after. Right? So it goes physics server. Jolt physics server. Takes the vector 3 and, yeah, splits out of the vector 3 immediately. So I'm gonna have this not be a vector 3. It shouldn't be a vector 3. I guess I should be realty though. It does basically break everything though. What are you upset about this one for? Int motor axis. Is that it? Yeah. Just straight up not where I was. What just happened? I swear. guess I could have just done this and deleted this part. Like, it literally just felt like random imports, man. What is going on? Random imports. What does that one not line up? It should. Don't know. I'm gonna assume it's because the tabs are displayed as 8 spaces. So these ones just happen to skip that because one of the tabs is like a 0 width tab kind of thing. That's my guess. Or it would be like, I don't know, 1 space and then it does... What? Yeah. But then why does this one work then? It just happens to, I think. Use the enter key, please. Gosh. I will still say at least his code is formatted very specifically. He turns off formatting and manually formats it all himself, and he's very consistent with it. But also, like, please just use the enter key, man. One sec. I'm back. Like, it's unreadable. Like, come on. It's probably, like, I don't know what kind of monitors people have, but my guess is they just have, like, basically a TV sitting on their desk. A 4K TV. And they're just able to have that much. Be able to see that much. Here's the thing with me, though. Like, I could not read... If it was a 4K monitor, like, the same dimensions... There's no way. Because that would basically mean all the text is a quarter the size. And the reason I have text not looking like this is not because I don't have the pixels or the pixel density. It's because I can't read that. I don't want to try to read that. That's just like eye strain speed run right there. That is, I write code for 10 minutes and I never want to write code ever again. Kind of eye strain. It's crazy. I don't know how they do that. It's gotta be like they just have like a very big monitor. Somehow. Or he just has one of those like dual monitors. So it's like one really long curved monitor. I didn't want to try to... I think I got it right. I think I got that right. I'm not going to try to read that. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna write. I'm gonna make a commit, and I'm gonna pretend like it's the correct version, but I know it's not because I'm gonna build it, and it's probably gonna. It might not work. I mean, like, yeah, this is probably a great example of how GDScript is just a blight on Godot at this point. This was like a 2-day job to do this. Not an exaggeration. A 2-day job to add about 20 lines of code, effectively. 20 meaningful lines of code. All the rest of this was literally plugging in wires. It's just crazy. It's one thing to be like, hey, I want to have a node and I want some public functionality, but I want a lot of like, I want it to be fast, so I want like binary code as much as I can. It's another thing entirely when more than half your time developing is spent doing janitor stuff. It's insane. And this has to be the dev build, so I actually need to I think it's just dash D, right? I should make the build script print where it connected to. Yeah, I should just do that. Resync to outbin. In where? What do you mean 4 enumerations not handled? 4 not handled? What? 637 and 633. Oh wait, that's Godot physics. I guess I do have to fix those. Because otherwise that's gonna warn all the time and that's gonna be really bad. So I at least need to fix that. 630 something. Can't happen but silence warnings. How about just default? How about just default? We know what the default keyword does. And realistically, all these should probably be collapsed into one. So I'll just do that. Okay, I don't know what the other errors were, so I'm just gonna run it again. Mr. Grady. I've seen that message. I've seen that. That was hypnotic. That was an hypnotic stream like a day ago. Hello. I don't remember what it was from though. Don't remember that. Okay. Can we clear? Right. Too many errors instantly. Unknown type name namespace begin. So how does... I think I can finally close some of these. Motor settings. For reference spring settings, serializable object. Includes only state recorder. Oh, because PID control is at the top for some reason. Are we just nuts? Why do I even need to include that? Because it's included here. It has to be included here. It shouldn't even be there. It should not be there. That's why it's being weird. I think. No member named right in state recorder. Is it capital? Yeah. Use of undeclared identifier. PID controller. Binding a reference of type to value const. That just feels like it's written backwards. Oh, no, that's correct. Never mind, I read it wrong. So what was it here? Const. I think I just write const at the front. Okay. And then no member name to set parameters in PID controller. Yeah, of course there's not a member called set parameters. I didn't write it yet. Expression is not assignable. What do you mean expression? It returns a value. Update returns a value. Update returns a float. Huh? Cannot jump from switch statement to this case label. Jump bypasses variable initialization. I really can't write that. You're upset about that? Bypasses variable initialization. I have to wrap it in braces to do this. Okay. Is there anything in Jolt that says fall through? Okay. I'm gonna use that because I want to be clear that that's the intention of it. But where do I write that? Interesting. Guess I'll just put it there and see what it thinks. Use an undeclared identifier motor. It's called velocity or acceleration. That's why nothing was highlighting there. Expression is not a sign-up. Can I not write? That means vector doesn't have this. Ew. Wow, it doesn't. Really. That's crazy. I have to use set. I could do like .m value. Why? Why would you not implement that? Or mf32. Really? Just public. I'll just do F32 and I'll set it directly. Even though no one does that. Weird. Is there not? So now I want to set a specific index. Set component in coordinate. Ah, there it is. Okay. Coordinate. Sure, Z and W are the same. Okay, so I'm using set component. Nobody calls that. Oh, actually, this one happens to call it. This one happens to call it. Okay. In the debug, though. So in setup, yeah, here's the thing, the matrix has it, but the vector doesn't have it. I can't believe it. Very strange. Oh, yeah, and then the dot. 666.9. Compile days is still at 0. Yep. Still 0. I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. I guess I find out what happens now. I think all my code should do it. I need to turn off all the iteration stuff though. Just have it skip all that because that was just for testing. Well, the original idea was that it was going to be the way that I do this, and it still wasn't enough. I mean, what happens if it's not enough still? What happens if it's still not enough? What then? No errors, no output. Chain. So I just do one. And technically, I'm like not doing any of this anymore. So comment this out. Comment that out. Cache state. I'm not doing any of that. Basically, I do want to have this because I think I want this in there because I don't have a real simulation for that. Setup velocity. Yeah, like all of this is just going to drop out. I still have to call. Oh yeah, I still have to do this. Oh no, I don't do it. I don't do this at all. Actually, I just say continue right there. Yeah, I'm gonna be deleting a lot of code if it works. Cache state. I'll just be skipping that. I won't do any of this. None of that. Just gonna comment all of this out. Just put a break at the top. I'll leave that just for nesting stuff. I don't need to do this because I don't change it. I don't change it. Yeah, apply forces will, that will affect both at the same time. So I do that. And then this update velocity kind of doesn't do anything. In fact, it does nothing because this isn't, this doesn't do anything now. So really this whole thing is commented out. Because that just doesn't happen anymore. I just call finalize, which is supposed to apply motor parameters, and then I'm not even doing this or any of this. You just make sure these are up to date. Alright, so did we pause at the start? We do. Okay. Um, that might be nothing. That's nothing. I've seen it before, but it's not anything that I could have caused. Don't care about that. Joint solver priority is not supported when using jolt physics. What? What are you talking about? Did I lose a commit? I lost a commit? How do I lose a commit? Unless... No. There is no unless. How did I lose a commit? I lost a commit. How does that even happen? How does that happen? How does that happen? I think that's actually in... I think it's in the engine now as well. I think it's actually in the engine. I don't know. Author me? It's in 4.8, of course. Yeah. Okay. But I still lost it then. That's so weird. I still lost it. Weird. Weird. Ugh. I guess, I mean, it's my own PR, so I guess I need to do it the same way that I've been doing it. It's funny, though. So I think I can just copy that, probably. Seems weird. Two and one commits different. Oh yeah. Hello, Nico address. Okay, so all of that. I need to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Before I. How do I undo that? Yeah, because I need to roll back to the other one. I just do git reset. I believe I've seen you before. Yes, you have. You have messaged here before. It was like a month ago. You wrote, "Git commit M, your streams are cool." That's what you said. So everything's staged. I just want to wipe that. Is there anything that... No. Okay. Doc classes. Joint 3D. Before I restore, how about I actually like add what I know I'm adding? Which should just be the bottom 3 things, not just those. So it's that. Go to the set parameters. I capitalize that. Set component. Get rid of the include. Capitalize that. All through. I mean. Yeah. And what changed there? Right, the const reference. Why did I have to mark it as a... Because it... Yeah. Okay, that's why. Gonna stream Minecraft? Join me? I probably am not doing that. I'm gonna be... Yeah, I'm gonna have to be stopped. I have to stop soon. I think everything's good. Check that. I want to amend this one. Differ by 1 and 1. That. And then everything in there. Okay. What is this? Add. Okay. Everything built. Now I need this. Do that. PR. So I know that every time I do this, I will come back and check. What? Wait, since when does the number actually go in? How did I lose that commit? That is so weird. How did that happen? Very weird. Okay. All right, now I can test. I have to recompile. Please only do physics. Please. Do not start messing with UI. Okay, cool. It didn't start compiling UI. It's really like maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe it's just because I switch between production and dev build that it happens. That's probably it. All right. Now to test. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Though working would very much be the preferable outcome. Because yeah, I think the alternative at this point is just more pain. The alternative at this point would be a concession for quality, which I really don't want to do. Okay. I think I cleaned everything up correctly. So I'm just gonna, it's gonna pause. I get the random Vulkan errors. Don't care. So it should be loading in these. It should be loading in these settings right in there. I would like to see the angle error, I think. So I'm going to have it print out the angle error. And I guess the I can't really have a velocity error. I was going to say I could read it, but there's not really a thing I can do. What all does it call? Everything expanded, and now all I do is I do setup velocity, which setup velocity is the point at which it's supposed to detect errors that have happened. So this is where I wanted to do that. So I'm going to say well, I guess it's actually here, isn't it? Yeah, it's actually here. So this happens. I know my parent, so I can probably drop these. I won't drop them yet because of testing, so I'll just not drop them yet. So I will just manually run these. I'll just copy this and calculate it myself up here. Debug enable and debug motor and debug motor chart. This is extra stuff, so I'm just I can get this. So I want a velocity error, which will be, I actually don't know the velocity error. So how about, yeah, I actually don't know the velocity. I just want to print the angle error. So before I calculate that, yeah, before I update this, the angle error is supposed to come from no, the angle error is the error right now. Yeah, it's the error right now. So it's the difference between IK angle and I just have to copy this from here. This could be static. Does part include chain? No. Just copy it. And I can just run this. And this has just been calculated. Okay. So technically it should be able to correct for itself. So I could just leave it. It seems like it's... Why is the tibia angle error so high though? It's definitely like on... Oh, it's not. It just... Is it moving? There's a motion. Okay, it appears to be accelerating away. Okay. Okay. I don't really have an issue with that. I like where it's going so far. It seems like it's actually just working backwards for some reason. It's not going in the correct direction, which I could test by hitting it and seeing how it responds to this. Yeah. So the tibia is sitting basically as far out as it can. This is sitting as far forward as it can. They are definitely not going and trying to go in the correct direction. So I like that. I like that. It didn't explode, but it's definitely going the wrong way. So I can well, I just know it's going the wrong way. Right? So it did accelerate at least the wrong way. It did try to do that. Okay, I'm just gonna have to debug it. So yeah, let me I think I can just do this, because this will, yeah, this does the launch for me. And I think it launches here. I think it will launch there. Yeah, so it launched here. I will start with the setup. I have a setup. Okay, let's turn these on. Step forward, it should hit. Let's hit the breakpoint. Great. Okay, the first place I want to go to, I don't see any of that. The first part that my code starts at is here. Okay, so I hit continue and it just didn't even hit that. It's not on yet. It's not on yet. So you need to continue, because this is the frame at which I start the settings at. This is the frame. So now I turn everything on. And then I will step forward a tick. Okay. So yeah, none of the settings were on yet. Continue. And it happened again. Or am I just imagining it? No. Okay. That was just weird. It had to scroll to it first. Okay. So is PID active? Let's go look. Is it active? This. Motor. It's rendering as a character. Can we not? Can you just... Well, it's not null. It's a space, which is something. So something is enabled. And it was this axis, which this axis would be the z-axis. Wait, really? Oh, that's cool. It just says rotation z. I would be 2 then, yeah. Okay. So local axis snapped. That looks great. Wait, that's basically nothing, actually. Well, yeah, because the difference here is nothing. This is the femur, I think, first. No, this would be the tarsus first. No, this is rotation Z, so this is the femur first. Okay, setup doesn't care the priority of joints. It does them all in order of creation. That would be the femur. The femur was the first joint made. So I could jump into this and see. Yeah, the error is literally 0. It's actually just saying it's 0. The measure is 0 and the target is 0. Really? Why is call stack useless? Why is call stack useless? Which thread am I in? This one. Diff angle, well yeah, target 0, diff angle is 0. Diff axis. Diff axis is 0? Well, I guess it's because snapped is basically nothing. Like those are error, floating point errors. So yeah, this is an identity quaternion with no rotation. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, step out. I'll just hit continue until I get back to it. I'll just take that one off. Okay, so we're now on axis X, so this would be probably tibia, I had to guess. This one might have a bit of a error, possibly. Yeah, this one has an error. Yeah, this should be a big enough error that it matters. Cool. So diff angle, yeah, that's a really large difference. Local axis 1 dot -1. Interesting. So I gave a positive angle but flipped the axis, and then I detect that, flip it back. So that's the output. So the output says so difference angle is negative. Measure. Um, minus the measure. Negative. So you have correct that the diff angle is negative. And my thinking was that I'm supposed to set the negative target velocity, but I think it's seems like that's not what I meant to do. It seems like I do still want this to be a negative here. Because target velocity, from Godot's side, a negative angle, yeah. Difference, hang on, let me think about the difference. Difference of 5 means I am at -5, I would want to increase, right? I mean, that's the same exact thing here. So, to increase my angle, which means I need a negative rotation, which means this output instead has created a positive. Because it's minus the measure. So this ends up being positive. So I get a positive output. So that is wrong. I should be flipping it again. So I say I want a positive rotation. Or well, I want to increase my angle, which means I need a negative velocity. So I pass in a negative velocity. Godot takes that, negates it again. So I get a positive velocity. Positive velocity to increase my angle. Okay, so that's actually right then. Okay, so this part should be right then. Because then Jolt goes again and flips it around. Once again. Okay, so I think that part's right then. So what happens here? Yes, so this one's a positive. Wait, what am I? Hang on. Target orientation. Okay, for some reason Q is inverted. So Q means 0, so this, in this case, it's like I basically have no difference. What my target orientation is, it's like 0, 0, 4, but my target is 0, 4. Right? That's what's happening. Or this is like 0, 0, 0, 2. My target is 0, 4. Okay, so I want to increase the angle. Which to me would mean I need a negative rotation. I pass a negative rotation. Godot inverts that. Jolt gets a positive rotation. Jolt gets a positive rotation. So that means Jolt should be setting a positive rotation. Right, it's not. It's setting a negative rotation. Okay. Well, there it is right away. So this should be negative. That should be negative. And then probably this should also be negative. But I can't be sure. This one's probably right, honestly. Because Godot probably doesn't invert it like that. Probably. It might. Let's go see. Set param somewhere. It's probably just... Angular flips the direction. Linear does not flip direction. Yeah, it does not flip target velocity. Okay. So this case should definitely be correct. I want to be sure about this one in one more way. So what it normally does is it normally does parent minus body for the velocity. I am measuring as body minus parent with the angle. So that means that's the difference. So it should just be negated. And in fact, maybe it's smarter to just do if it's negative, invert it. Would it be like doing it the other way around? Or if it's on the same axis, I invert it. I don't know. I'll just leave it positive. I'll just say 0 in div angle is probably what I should say. No, I feel like that's weird. I'll just leave it like that. Just output the different, the other velocity. And then here that feels right. This also feels right because this is the same thing as well. Yeah, this one should be the same thing. Yeah, I mean this must be correct. If this wasn't correct, then it would be like jittering, I think. It would be doing its best to stay still, but like freaking out at the same time. So just flipping that one. What the hell? Wait. Everything? Everything. For an implementation detail. I can't believe C++, man. It should not have recompiled any of that, actually. I literally added a negative sign. And it's like, oh yeah. Everything changed. Everything changed. We have to recompile the entire module. Or actually only part of the module. I feel like this wasn't even the whole module. Maybe it was. It's just in a random order. Crazy. Please, please, please be super perfect and awesome. That would be amazing. So I should just let it run. Oh, it's oscillating. Tough. Okay. So then here's the question. Is it because the IK look ahead is not far enough? Is it um um let's see. The femur is definitely the one with the big issue right now. Um So I should just be able to change that, and it should live update. Okay. So let me do that then. Okay. I guess I should play it in full speed. Mm. Right. So I'm gonna try to get the femur up to speed. So I'll just jump up to 2 and see what happens. So what if I gave it more? I mean, technically that's not even the one. Derivative here doesn't really do anything. Okay, let's make it jump. Let's make it do a lot larger of a movement here. Where does it teleport these? Oh, update legs. Let's move it 2-5 and 2-5. I guess technically the angle can... It can have a derivative on it. I guess nothing hurts to have that, because that will help anticipate the fact that it's closing in, so it should probably slow down early. Like, what if I made it 4? It's okay. So far, I mean, I guess I would have to say like all the way back to like when I was first started doing this without having anything in Jolt or even a PID. This is really close to what it looked like, I think, and it was just kind of impossible to control the oscillation. But here it's not unstable, at least. Which one of these runs next? This one. Okay. Honestly, let me just make the target like... Let me just flip the target. We'll go positive and negative. That's the direction we'll go in. Yeah, so I guess the thing is like I really want to try to kill those oscillations. I'm not quite sure how to do that though. I could give it more torque. It's a possibility. I could also bump that up. That could be a thing. Oh. Oh. What if it's, yeah, like the over acceleration then? Not just pick a higher velocity, but accelerate it more. I'm just gonna slowly keep ticking these up. Okay, it looked like it became unstable there for a second. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so this is too much. I don't know, what if it just like really had a huge derivative term? No, I'm just getting crazy. Alright. What is happening? Now it's like, now it's just totally broken. Alright, back to 1, please. We need to see what's like happening frame by frame here. I don't know, like what if I had an integral on angle? I guess the thing that gets me here is it's not overshooting. It actually kind of refuses to overshoot to overshoot. But I also know that stabilizing with beam joints there would help. I mean, because the way that you're supposed to do these is you're supposed to start with just like 1 and 1. Right, this is how you're supposed to start. And then you start increasing something. So maybe like the acceleration should not be that high. Yeah, so it seems like it's already kind of unstable. We should increase the count timer as well. Give it an extra second to run. Also, I mean, I think, okay. Since it looks like it's working, I'm going to go and do this. I need to turn it back to a production build. Because it's possible. It can kill the task early and like skip solve steps if the ticks run too long. So I need to do that. I wonder if I should actually have a beam joint going from the tarsus straight to the main body. I wonder if I should actually do that. Like the very end of the tarsus straight to the main body. That would allow it to drain a lot of its rotational energy quickly. Because right now the way that it works is it shares it equally with the tibia, and the tibia shares it equally with the femur, and then the femur shares it equally with the main body. And by that point, it's like 100% problem, 50%, 50%, 50%, or 25, 25, and then, so like 10% of the problem goes to the main body, and 50% is still left over here. So instead it could just be 50%, 50. Because the main body is massive. And it will be a sink for that velocity, for that energy very quickly. I could do that. I can slap that on there. The system should be, I should just be able to like add it and have the beam joint in there. And probably as a way to like avoid what I think is probably some problems with because I think the beam joints cause issues when things get turned too far. They have like a persistent force that they can't like deactivate, I guess. Because what I would see happen is it would just move and then get stuck, where no matter what orientation I put in it, it always want to rotate some way. But also, it's possible that could have been a bug, because I know there were some bugs that I found that were basically devastating to the entire thing. Like fundamental problems in some calculation somewhere. Not just constraints, not just my constraints image, but like the real stuff here. There's something like catastrophic. Which technically is just gone now. Okay, but this is in performance mode. Performance build. Say performance build. Not a dev build. So I shouldn't have anything going on where possibly... Yeah, okay. So... Intros work. So I create a distance joint. This is only a distance joint? That doesn't make sense. This extends generic 6 degree of freedom. Okay, that makes sense. Set flag linear limit xy false. This is in constraint space. So it uses the z. Restrict z joint z translation if no yaw is enabled. They should all be negative. I just know this one. These should all be negative. Because what Godot does is it goes in here and sets upper to be the negative lower and lower to be the negative upper. So if I really want them in that place, I need to pass them in that way. Those should definitely just all be negative. Enable angular limit. I could probably have that code open still. I guess it would be here. Oh yeah, here. Godot flips him. So this should all just be negative. Full basis calculate orientation. Okay. Let me just go and put it on there. Though it does need to have a custom joint builder, which this doesn't have. How does leg do it? Or I guess crawler character do it. I thought it was leg that does this. Oh yeah, there it is. So I guess I'm just gonna copy these two. Null beam joint, main body, body. Okay, yeah, cool. This is just nothing special there. Build chain. Right. Is prepare custom joint not a thing? Technically, I don't need to. Because I think this does nothing but just fall into it, passing everything through, and it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, it was just like a loading thing, but I don't even use it. So I don't need this. Alright, I have the builder for the beam joint. Attached to main body position. I'm just gonna save it really quick. Okay, build. So, huh. Cool. All right. Where precisely is this? Uh, 0.14, negative 0.54. Okay, and then I want you to be does it matter where I put it specifically? Probably the middle is just the best place to put it. Maybe. I don't think putting it on... I'm not sure if putting it specifically one side or the other matters. Four, five. So it goes there. It's free to move on the X and Y axis. It's also free to rotate. Position is constrained afterwards, so it always checks the rotation first. And then yaw would be the Y. Oh, because of right. Because technically I would say lower is negative. So yeah, when I said was it upper? Because it's gonna flip them. But if I want lower to be negative, then it is negative here. Okay. Yeah, okay. So pitch, so pitch is the red arrow. I want nothing. This one, it's free. So max, roll. Also, I'm gonna say it's free. I don't want this to be doing anything like that. I just want it to transfer rotation. It's free to move on the full axis, and then I'm just gonna say this 100, 100. I don't want it to do any limitation there. Okay. Maybe... I mean, I feel like I can tell it's helped, but maybe I mean to transfer it straight to the femur instead. I think it's exactly what I want, probably. I think I want to transfer it to the femur and restrict the other thing. So I'm going to... Yeah, weird. I have like a weird thing I want to do here, so I think I just turn that off. Or I think I just turn it on. I turn that off. And I just have to make sure that this sets to... Does it even read attached to main body? It doesn't read that parameter. Yeah, I think I actually want to connect it to the femur instead. One. Yeah. I'm going to join these at the centers. And in this case, I want, no pitch, and I also want no yaw. But this axis can do as much, can do whatever it wants. So this is able to transfer that directly into the femur. And maybe this can give a better result and help the wiggle. As long as it actually stays attached in that location. So it does, okay, so it still did that, which I was expecting it to have a much larger impact than that on it. Just want to verify that it's definitely still connected like that. Femur. Okay. I wonder if I should drop these. Because I think these don't need nearly as much as they're getting. Is it actually reacting too much? Like, I don't know, if I just had 0.8. Let me leave that one because I feel like the one that's probably... Well, okay. Let me make it move further. I want to see it travel really far. Let me just start by dropping these quite a bit and seeing if... Weird. Am I not updating the torque? I must not be updating the torque when it runs. Because there's no way that 5 is enough to lift those. I'm just so sure of it. I guess I could have just tested 0. So how about I just test 0? Okay, no, they're definitely not updating because now it's, yeah, definitely not updating. Yeah, okay. So I just need to pass it when I do that. Oh, oh, hang on, is that what's going on? Because I'm actually not doing this anymore. That could be one of them. Or a contributor to what's happening. So tibia is not strong enough. I'm just going to turn off Tarsus. Can I see it? Am I? Yes. Dumb. Okay. I mean, I'll let it have something so it can, you know, stop itself, maybe. I mean, I don't know, I kind of have to raise these both at the same time. Still seems like not enough. Okay, it looks like it reached what it wanted to reach. So that's enough for that one. Seven's not enough here. Eight is also not enough. Nine's not enough, really. Really? I feel like I'm getting pretty far up there, and it's still not enough. What is the mass of these objects? Okay, I will say these might just be a little too heavy as well. I probably need to cut it down a bit. Well, I guess this is body leg mass ratio, assuming 6 legs. So maybe divide that by 6. Is that 1? Nope. The question is, how many legs are equivalent to the mass of the central body? Is the question. Let's say 10. 10 legs are equivalent to center body. This could still just be too much as well. 20 legs. I just want to double check. So I actually would like to kind of be under. I want to be under 1 kilogram for any individual piece. For the entire leg, actually. I want to be under 0.9 for any individual leg. Okay, I'll say that. So maybe this helps as well. Dang it. Oh, I don't even have to put my mouse over on that side of the screen. Okay. Live. Editing live. Okay, let's say 4. Say 6. 10. Okay. It's motor. I want. Oops. Getting oscillation there. Seems like the tibia is oscillating the worst. So what does this mean? Huh. Okay. And the tibia is also the worst. Numbers are going up and it's not oscillating terribly. Okay, it got kind of bad there at the end. So what happens right there? What do I see happening there? Yeah, that does seem like this one. It oscillates at the end, which means what? Do I need derivative control? Okay, I'll keep going. Maybe I don't really want motor derivative. Huh. Alright. Still climbing. I'm probably due to increase this one now. Yeah. Ah, this one's pretty difficult to get to work. That improved it, actually. Okay. Whoa. Okay. This is the best I've seen it so far. Which gives me to bump that up to a dramatic amount. But what if it's 0? It oscillates a lot. Because ideally what I want to see is go like boop, 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 like that. That's what I really want to see. Okay. So adding motor derivative did nothing to that one. it might be doing too much. Is that it? Now the tibia is hunting, I would say. It's probably the tibia hunting. And what did I just do there? I increased the responsiveness of the motor, of acceleration. Okay, I do still think derivative on the angle should at least be like kind of proportional to everything. I think that's just smart. So, you know, maybe not crazy, but the motor, the acceleration response on the motor. I can't really tell who's hunting there. And I'm skeptical about... Okay, so yeah, this is glitchy. Okay, so there is a limit to that then. It might just be that I need derivative to crank up. Okay, so this is too much. Okay. Okay. So I think there's just... a sweet spot. And it may also be angle derivative. Okay, so I still see tibia. Interesting. Yes, this is just not even helping at all. Okay. Is this just like, I mean, I would even say like this might just be too high. This is really odd. Is it the femur causing this then? Okay. I really like how this is going, though. This is the best result I've gotten so far on this. It's difficult. Definitely difficult. Like, I don't know. It's hard to tell what's really going on here. Okay, but I like this. This might be possible. It may. Like I said, ideally, it just kind of shoots and then it hits the goal. I wonder if I actually have an alternative idea where I would instead use, instead of actually using velocities. No, how would that even work? That kind of doesn't make any sense. I was gonna say, I would use like, I would use springs somehow to align them to the angle they should be at. I don't know. Okay. I mean, technically that's what these motors are anyway. They are springs. But yeah, like, I don't know, it could be annoying. Could be anything. Okay. I'm gonna call it there for today. Thanks for watching. I might do something. How would I do this? Okay, not today. All right. Thanks for watching, though. I will be back tomorrow. Maybe I just kind of need to step in and see exactly what's happening step to step to see what's going on with these velocities. Because ultimately, the problem is that it can't reach the velocity it wants to reach. But if I crank it too high, then it sort of just fails completely at reaching the velocity in the first place. Right. So man, I don't know. Maybe would it really? I don't know. Okay. That's gonna be it for me today. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.